Ahoy! Welcome back. Last night we took our jet ski on a bit of a raid. The caretaker went to two large points of interest, one of which we found quite an interesting piece of technology. This rumbling pile here hides a massive grinder. This rubble was collected simply from this warehouse. There is an amazing amount of loot here, and there was a free donk. Unfortunately, I crashed it into the grinder and we lost it, so I had to rebuild it. This warehouse seems like it was purpose-built for some donk gameplay. Nearly every single one of the containers has a pallet with some stuff on it. So we're going to make some use of the donk and see if we can't redeem it and have some fun. We are going to play a game. There's about 15 robots piled in there. It's rumbling because the physics is freaking out by the sheer amount of loot. We're going to drop it through the grinder and have ourselves a bit of a good time. We're going to become one of those channels that throws things through grinders for no other purpose but to see the destruction. If only for a night. So let's turn the big red button. I put a few more batteries in as well and expanded the power so that we could fuel the beast. And then once it's finished, we can go downstairs and collect the loot. And you can use pieces of steel as a broom. I guess the suggestion is to not fall in. Well, it blended through that quicker than I expected. Donk number 2 is going to have more of a fun time. I put a little bracing beam here so that we could hopefully just push it all in. And by golly, it's working. You know, I may have just discovered the true purpose for having such a wild tilt on it. It certainly wasn't more efficient than hand grinding it all down myself, but it sure was more fun. That shelf is holding on for dear life. Let's test one of the pallets. You absolutely die. And you can't get out of it. It's funny. So it just chews you up until your health's gone and you die. I fell into it off camera. So I was being silly with the donk and I fell in it. I was doing things like this. Oh, trick. Forklift Olympics, here we come. It's a scavenger bot's dream. This is what I wanted to do with the forklift and the normal grinding machine, but I just couldn't get it to work, so I'm glad I got to live that. Just like your grinder on the ship, it also has an inventory. If you can get close enough to it, you can put things into it. But why would you do that when you can just tip it in? Get in there. Go, go, go. Oh well. Well, that was fun while it lasted. Alright, let's see if we can get these pallets into the grinder without dying. Someone said that uses a lot of power, so let's just have a look at the battery levels after tipping half the warehouse through it. I'm going to love to see how big the pile of loot is. About one battery worth. A little bit too heavy for her. Beautiful. Love it. This caretaker is Donk certified. If the tines on the forklift go anywhere near the grinder, the whole thing gets shredded. So you've got to drop it. I really hope there's another warehouse somewhere in the world so I can do this again. Whoops, too high. Uh-oh. I hate it when that happens. Oh, bad shot. Oh, we have our headlight on. a heavy one. I don't think it's going to fit out. Tires are too big. Yeah, she's lodged in there nice and tight. We might as well just shred it all. Hey Rofflegon, how you going, mate? Welcome to Grinder. There's a bug with that thing where the motor doesn't stop sometimes, unless you hit something else. We just grinded a whole mountain of rubbish, and now we're just working on the pallets in the warehouse. We had a high intensity mission last night. Tonight is all about grinding. Come back for the witches' hats. Just worms. Just worms. Yes, you do. It's all in a giant pile down below. That's why we're doing it. It's going to be loot central. And the Donk really is in its element. And it's pretty fuel efficient too, this forklift. We've used 8 fuel. We'd use way more with the hand grinder. So I'm going to do the warehouse. I'm not going to worry about all the containers out. There's heaps of loot here. This is a place you come back to when you're short on supplies for sure. But yeah, I'm just going to clear the warehouse and then we'll make way. But this will be a place I come back to and have a bit of fun. I hope there's a second warehouse. I really do. This is Warehouse Alpha, so I'm hoping there's a Beta and a Charlie. Oh no, see, if you go to, like, past the yellow line, it just sucks it in. That was unfortunate. I didn't think I was anywhere near it. Oh well, we get the resources back. That's why I built 2. Just in case that happens. It seems to be more aggressive on this side than it is on this side. I've lost 3 donks to it now, and myself once. Last time it sucked me in with it, so it's just... So, well, this is about the distance you want to be, I think. I did not know it had a horn. Even better. Press space to do that. This next one might be challenging. It's all steel, and there's also one really high. Can we reach that high with this? No, we can't. So that other one we'll have to parkour up and grind down ourselves. Dangerously heavy, this one. Snap the arms. There's a room in there. So now it's only one forklift and a massive grinder. The two forklifts didn't last very long. Yeah, I was about to say that. I've driven a forklift in real life too, and this thing, it would be responsible for the extinction of humanity if it were real. And I theorized that that's why there is no humanity, because a series of unfortunate Donk accidents. Totally preventable. It's got no weight in the rear, so it is extremely dangerous. No form of ballast whatsoever. And it's got the tightest, the loosest suspension I've ever seen. But your description is extremely accurate. More unstable than reality. And I couldn't figure out why it had such an insane tilt forward and hardly any tilt back to center the load, but what am I to question it? It either needs more weight in the back or it needs some kind of supports. And it's certainly, the pallets need to be revisited as well. They've got no support to grip onto the fork. So once the load starts to tip forward, it just falls off. The standard plastic pallets you find around are properly designed, but you can't use them with the Donk. Like, I drove one into the sea out of spite the other night. It's just like, thanks for your service, goodbye. I didn't even want the resources back. Trying to get Lazarus tubes or the seeds to the dock was terrible. I think this door's going to catch us. Yeah. Just there, it nearly tipped off. But if only for this purpose, it's satisfying. Really, I should have set up some CO2 canisters to collect all the exhaust while we were working in this confined space. From my best guess, the way that it's designed is nothing on here, only on the black. So if you put two crates there and there, they lock in perfectly, and you could throw the pallet and they'll stay on there. But if it's not perfectly aligned on the black, then it doesn't work. So maybe they'll revisit it at some point. But like we said, I would love to see a pallet that you can just go clink, 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 and lock in for 4 pods. Sort of like the way they mount to the Lazarus tubes anyway. That way you're not like trying to juggle, 4 wobbly plates with precious life aboard. But yeah, the first change is absolutely some weight here. Needs weight here to stop this whole wobbling thing. Have I done all the pallets down below? There is a small service elevator that we can use to go up to the platform up there and grab those pallets. Here's one. And we're almost finished. That pile of loot downstairs must be massive because my frames are a little bit low compared to what I normally get. I would like to see a backpack that lets you collect CO2. Because you've got all these vehicles that have exhaust ports that you can link up. But there's very limited use for them unless you chain down your gyrocopter and let it run on the deck. And you can't leave the Donk running Unless you do this. I used to do that in the warehouse. Don't tell the old boss. Got 4 pallets there and 3 here. Sadly, I don't think we'll be able to take both of these, despite them being stacked neatly. Maybe. If I could get it to turn. It's just a recipe for disaster. Yeah, normal warehouse shenanigans. Friday afternoon. Forklift Olympics. This is why I wanted 2 donks, so I could load up the top, but you know, I shredded it, so we shouldn't complain. I can guarantee I won't be able to walk up the stairs after I loot the room down below. So I might not be able to get the tyres out if we have the same issue as before. But there are no doors to impede us here. Maybe it'll work. I think I'm at my height limit. Don't know if I'll be able to get it out. It's too high. That means I might have the same problem with this next one. Let's try. It's because it's not flush with the floor, it's slightly higher. The downstairs were stacked too high with no extra lip. Damn. This will be the last pallet. And we shall head on. I have no specific plan for tonight. I think I was going to try and find more humans, explore any points of interest that interest us. Got a spare pallet there in case I need to take those crates down by forklift, which will probably be the case. And that was a lucky last. If you leave a tiny bit of fuel left inside the canister and then scrap it, you get nearly the entire cost of the canister back. If you let it run out, then you only get steel and a little bit of copper, I think. So if you want to min-max your petrol, that's how you do it. Now they're locked in, the pallet will fall off before the crates will. Let's go check the loot pile. Close that so no one falls in. Oh wait, I've got some scrap here that we need to get rid of. I want to make the deck of my boat have that. Just into the hold. I want to customize my boat. That's why what I envisioned when I picked this game up. Whoa! That's a lot of loot. And it's in a pit too. It's... Well done, Grinder. We're going to need another crate before this thing goes flat. Oh, we've got all the resources there. The game is freaking out as it tries to work out how many resources I actually have. We'll just build it by hand. We need a photo moment. Oh no. Photo drone fell. Oh well. We have it in video form. The game is freaking out too much. Let's take it all. I would have loved to have watched all that stuff rain down. What are your bets? How many kilos of loot do you think we have? I think it's about a ton. I reckon it'd be 1,000 kilos. It feels like it. Some bits of scrap made it through unshredded. That's all of it. How much did we end up with? Oh, okay, 610 kilos, give or take 50. That's what a warehouse weighs. Beautiful. That's going to be a few trips up the hill. Let's go another crate. I don't want to do it at 25% of my speed. I'll leave that there. I won't touch it. I might make this place a base. Don't forget the photo drone. That is certainly a decent haul. Three full 40 holds. Plus change. Hardly need that extra stuff. I think that has cured the relative shortage I've had on plastic and fabric. And certainly copper. I have copper just pouring out my ears, so much of it. I think it's because I don't make much ammunition. I just use fire and electricity. I think I might keep all this material for the Lazarus complex. Because I have just set up storage there, but I don't have any resources in the storage. Or very little anyway. It's the last box not square. Go through the door. one of them is just biomass, which is fine. So this one is not a priority. I also have a crate full of tools somewhere on the other side of the dock, which is also infested with loot. There are dead robots everywhere here. I put like 15 or 20 of them through the grinder. You probably just couldn't see them because there was so much rubbish. Having the heavy box at the front doesn't help balance. Stuck. I'm stuck. Get off. I would like to get those cranes operational. Drop a few shipping containers on the deck. This one's too heavy. Whoa. I think it's because it's newly constructed, they're locked to the floor until you give them a nudge. That's better. got one more crate, and then we need to pick up our equipment from our jet ski raid that I left behind. Actually, I'll take that with me. So basically everything here, here, and in these crates are all due for Lazarus. We've got biomass to drop off. I need to go and grab the gyrocopter and my last crate, then we're good to make way. I would say this place is about 40% of the way looted, and we did a pretty good effort just now. But this whole side too needs to be revisited at some point. Where did I leave the crate? We need homing beacons on them. There it is. It's just mixed trash and some equipment. Okay, so before I forget, I've been promising to show you all how to do a really cool fuel exploit. Technically, this solitary container of diesel is capable of funding your entire journey forever. And ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. All you need is some copper, some fabric, some gold, some polyurethane, and some rubber. But only like 4 of them each. And what you need to do, you need to be level 12. Level 12, let's have a look here. When you are level 12, you unlock the conservation coil. Conservation coil reduces the cost of items for fuel, water, gas, electricity, and it also decreases the speed of construction. But if you use 2 of these conservation coils, let me show you. We will build 2. And then while we're waiting, I will build a whole heap of storage vessels. Yeah, storage cylinders. Let's say 15 of them. And 15 storage connectors. You want these to all build first. You will get the resources back for these. But once they are constructed, we will build 2 conservation coils and attach them to the modules here on the fabricator. This is where I was experimenting before. I found a canister with 500 diesel in it, and I was able to make 1,000 liters of diesel using only 150 liters out of the storage vessel I found. And then I realized that if you have 1 of these, you basically have unlimited fuel. So we'll cue the order for 2 conservation coils. For this to work, you need to have the gas liquid that you wish to duplicate rigged up to your fabricator. Not long now. And basically what you want to do is you want to create these small containers. So it only applies to diesel, water, oxygen, and fuel. You can't do this for methane because it doesn't come in these canisters. And it's not worth doing it for electricity. To build the conservation coil, you need the following. You need a 1 alloy frame and 1 data storage chip. An alloy frame is your iron and plastic, so 2 of each, for a total of 4 with 2 conservation coils. And then the memory chip, or the data storage chip, needs these following components. But these are pretty, like you could find these in a buoy, one of the red buoys. Okay, so we have our conservation coil prepared. Attach it. Now each one of them only has 25 charges before you have to replace them. Actually, before we do this. So make sure you have the components ready to make these diesel containers. If you look here, the cost is 200 diesel and 5 watt-hours of electricity to create a diesel container. So basically it's using 200 liters of your storage to put it in a container. That makes sense, right? Well, the Caretaker is able to break the laws of thermodynamics and physics and alchemy and just about every other type of science there has ever been by attaching these nifty things. If you come now down to your diesel, you'll notice that it only requires 32 liters of diesel and 4 watt-hours of electricity to make 200 liters of diesel. So I think my ship is pretty full. Yeah, we're full. Let's disconnect these. You also can't do it for crude oil. But if you can make a tiny bit of petrol, you can basically do it forever. Alright, so we are totally disconnected. The ship's tanks are full. And we're going to make 1 diesel container. Now every time we make something with the fabricator while these are attached, it loses a charge. So that's why I suggested making all the parts first, or you're going to waste these charges on things that it won't benefit. It does take longer than usual, but that's fine because you just queue up, say, 25 of them and go sail somewhere. And there you have it. We just created 200 litres of diesel. If we check our fuel tank, we barely used any. It actually used less than it advertised on the box. And I don't have... Yeah, none of my fuel... I've got no extra fuel feeding in. Let's just double check that. It said it would use 32 litres. Yeah, that's off. It's not creating diesel. But in fact... Oh wait, that's right. It's divided amongst all the different tanks. So I have 4 tanks. So 9 divided by 4. Or times 4. Okay, so I will make a whole bunch of these. Let's make 4 more. Which is 1,000 litres of diesel. It's easier to work with round numbers. And you can remove these at any time. So, obviously not when it's building. But if you just realize that you don't have enough parts, pull the coils off and then make the components and then put the coils back on. Another 200 litres of diesel. There you have it. Further proof that it costs nothing. I'm better off heading up to the bridge to see the actual total of fuel in the ship. But it would have been 8,000 when we started this experiment. And so hear me out, you probably don't even need these. If you really want to min-max fuel, you probably don't even need diesel tanks. Because theoretically, you could run the ship off of one of these, and they just multiply it like the golden goose. For me, it's most appealing for petrol, which is why I love to use the flamethrower. Because really, it doesn't even dent our fuel use. And these are all my other experiments. This will be the last one, so we have created 1,000 litres of diesel. We'll go up to the pilot's bridge. Oh, here's the former caretaker that didn't wake up. He's supposed to be sitting in a chair. He's going to come with us everywhere. We gave him the XO position. Okay. So we have used just under 200 litres of fuel to make 1,000 litres of fuel. You see where I'm going with this? So we basically used 1 canister to make 5 canisters. And so further proof of this, we'll unhitch diesel and just hitch up one of these diesel canisters and see how many 200 litres can make. Okay, that used 35 unless it wasn't completely full. And as I mentioned before at the warehouse, as long as it doesn't use every single ounce of fuel inside the canister, you can then scrap it and get the entire cost of the canister back. And I'll demonstrate the difference there too. So when this one's nearly finished, I'll throw it in the grinder and we'll get the entire cost back. I plan on making this into a short video because I've been promising to explain how to do it and I just keep forgetting to add it into my actual videos. So say hi everyone. It's the third one out. Yeah, so the next one will leave just enough fuel for me to then throw it in the grinder and get the full cost of a storage canister back, which is, I believe, an alloy frame and a connector port. Oh, man, where is it? Oh, he can't actually make it, that's why it's not in their inventory. Storage cylinder and a connector port. So, 3 iron, 1 rubber, copper, plastic and fabric. If you let it explode, you're going to lose that material. If you can probably afford it, but if you're really tight, that's what you do. And so it's made 1,000 liters of fuel now for us from 1 canister, and we still have 24 liters left. You're throwing away a tiny skerrick of diesel, but it doesn't really matter because you just get the full cost of your canister back and you just repeat the process forever. And so yeah, that's how you make unlimited fuel forever. You just link up your next one, next sacrificial canister that's going to multiply. You're totally not watering down the diesel. But I am just going to make one more lot, just for fun. And we're going to make way. We only had 1 line on, did we? Nope, we have 2. Fine weather day. This place does need more exploration, but I will come back another time. Let's have a look at where we want to go. Last night we did Sanctuary Dock 12, and now we have completed Warehouse Alpha. I was thinking perhaps we head down here because I may be able to gain a new item, and I will then dive for some seeds, and we'll make way back to Lazarus to put those humans on the slab and cook them in our lab. Yeah, my bot is the skull-faced scavenger. Okay, so we're going to head south. So I did add the heli deck, but I don't like it. It just offends my nautical senses. It's so far back on the rear of the ship that I have a feeling it's going to get swamped in high seas, because the rear of the ship already takes on water in large swells. And I have a feeling that if you didn't tie your gyrocopter down... Oh, wait. Speaking of gyrocopter, I forgot mine. It's still sitting up on the dock there. Lucky I looked. And I just feel like you've got more options here. The helipad's actually really small to land on. Here I've got a bit of a crutch. I can just run into the wheelhouse and not slide off the deck. So who knows, maybe I'll just use that as a little bit of an expedition deck when I'm getting ready to go on a jet ski mission, something like that. A bit of a purist though, I like a clean ship. I don't want shit everywhere. Like the masts already kind of offend me. But we need power somehow, unless I were to run on generators all the time. Okay, we're ready. South-southwest. That's just all stuff that's going to go to Laz. We'll take the petrol out. Take the biomass out. That one's a bit of a junk pile. Let's take all that out. It's my electro rifle, don't lose that. G'day Gleb, welcome mate. Having lunch are we? What's on the menu? Me, I'm trying to figure out what I've done here. I've got so much stuff going back to Laz. This next stop should give us a new item, the recovery grinder. Got a few friends here that I throw into the grinder every now and then, just to keep them on their toes. I haven't emptied this in a while, as you can tell. I'm going to head down below and dump all this stuff off, recharge. By then we should almost be ready to head over to that silo. We're going to need the gyrocopter to do that. Diesel just stacking up everywhere now, more than I'll ever use. I'm overburdened on gold, copper and silicon, so that could just all go into trash. All my biomass. get rid of all this paint. So much paint. So memories, store them away safely. We're going to need those. And the food as well can stick together. Then spare parts go in the spare part box. Shawarma and Coke? Yes. Sounds good to me. Alright, we're ready to hit the wheelhouse. I have heaps of biomass at Lazarus. I've set up a dedicated room in there with 2 food processors, a soil forge, and enough space to set up possibly farming. I don't know if it needs to be outdoors or not, but it's spaced out for that anyway. And we've got a whole heap of worm poop ready for the fertilizer. We won't fly at night because descending the silo is kind of tricky. I've got the fuel canisters to pack away. Take the ammo and equipment out of this one. Just keep resources in it. Oh, I've also got some passengers too. I've got, what, 5 humans with us, and I've got another 5 back at Lazarus to collect. I need at least another 2 cooked for a 3 rocket run. So much diesel. I think I made 2,000 diesel for about 300. Not a bad trade. Yeah, you could do it with energy too. I just didn't see as much value unless you use a different module. I'm going to shred those batteries. Definitely a no-fly zone at the moment. As you can see, I've been busy with the petrol. We're almost ready, but we just have to wait on the weather. Better have a sip of juice too. We'll use a light battery because I don't like these things. They're only useful for starting up bases. Oh shit. It's so fiddly when you're trying to use these. That's why I don't like them. Son of a... There we go. And it's just like a sip of what we actually need. At least I've got easier access to my jet skis now. I think we can go now. I'll just go and grab this buoy. This bluey buoy. I don't know if you're referring to this. I don't know the specific lore because I haven't actually read any of the logs. I've just been exploring and exploring. I'm sort of treating it like nautical Fallout. Alright, I think we're ready to fly. Let's just check the fuel. To make sure I take some fuel lines because I have a feeling there'll be an oil rig down here. Make sure my backpack is charged. It is good. We've got spare fuel. We've got parts to build power if we need to. We're good. And she's cleared up, nice and safe. The last one of these I went to, there were gunships inside the tube, so I need to be careful. There's one over there. Morning, Jason. How you going, mate? Welcome to the stream. Some fuel for the return trip. Shit, I didn't bring my gun. Man. I'll be back. It's always something you forget. Well, I forget anyway. And there's a storm rolling in, so we better hurry. Take the sniper rifle too. Hell, I'll just take everything. I haven't used the pistol in a while. Oh great, now there's a fog rolled in. Oh dear. Let's get high before we crash into it. It's not a wise idea. Oh no, where's the boat gone? The marker's gone. That was a silly idea, taking off in a fog. I have to fly IFR. There it is. Woo. The weather conspires against us. Oh well, we'll take a moment to just refuel. We just wasted 100 petrol. Curse you, fog. Let's put the boat beats back on. Maybe that will dispel this spirit. Do some maintenance. I don't like the ship's helipad. I just have a feeling that in rough seas it's going to be a real liability, just based on the design of the ship and how it already handles in high sea states. And I don't know, I'm not sold on it yet. And it's much smaller area than what I'm working with. Plus I've already rigged my fuel lines up here to refuel the chopper from here, so I'm not completely sold on the helipad. I only fitted it yesterday. So I'm still formulating what I want to do with it. Plus, like, I have all my flight ops stuff here. And my plan was to always keep a pretty tidy deck and just use it as a helipad. I didn't realize there was an attachable helipad when I started playing. So that, I guess, just broke my plans. Boat beats. Yeah, I turned the marker on the boat off. That's deadly. Deadly thing to do if you're going to fly out into fog. I don't know what this point of interest here is. So maybe we'll continue down here, do this mission, and then stop at the seed vault on the way back. And then we'll cut a path north to Lazarus, chuck the humans in the tubes, and see if we can't get another batch rolling tonight. My infrastructure at Lazarus is pretty ready for that now, so... And you can't paint the pad, can you not? Boo, boo. My pirate-themed bot needs skulls everywhere. I'm not taking the paint. And I think in rough seas, it will be harder to land on that than it would be to land on the main deck, just because of the way the boat handles in high seas. Alright, we can see the tube now. Let's head off before we waste another day. Oh no, it's... No. It's still tied down on one. Oh man, that's what you get for rushing. If we were human, we would have been thoroughly decapitated. It's a comedy of errors. Yeah, I know you don't need it, but I have it there to center the helicopter. So when it's in this same spot every time, it pulls up onto that orange line. It's just for my reference. Yes, that's right. We need to turn the power on first, just to make our life easier. It's a fun little thing to fly. I like it. Definitely needs an upgraded engine to perform acrobatics or aerobatics. Hello, caretaker. Guess I'll see you in a minute. Have a look and see what we can find with our spyglass. This is another addition to our kit. Looks like I'm dealing with the same thing as before, just a fuel refinery downstairs. And there should be a recovery grinder there, which is a thing that turns materials into more complex materials and also oil. But there is some losses. So if you chuck a whole heap of copper in there, for example, you get better stuff and oil, but less of it. Oh yeah, I know that the heli has its own mooring cables because you use that to airlift stuff. But like I said, I just use those points there as reference to where I want to put the clamps. If I could have painted a little X there, I would have done that instead. Told you I'd see you again. Okay. Last time I was down one of these, I built wind power and it worked. So I'm going to try that again. So this is the thing that we've been looking for. I think it's actually in a room, the plan. It's a nasty sucker. Yeah, it would help if I put some fuel in it. You like my flying skills? I've had a bit of practice. I play a lot of air games. Another caretaker. Did I bring the photo drone? I did not. I keep forgetting about that thing. So no doubt I'll have to do a grand tour with the photo drone. Just go to all the different points of interest looking. Alright, let's build a grinder down here and get rid of all this trash. Because I'm overburdened. I mean, we could use this. This thing grinds. It just doesn't give you as much as you want. One more alloy frame and I can make this grinder. I mean, I could make a fabricator and do the petrol exploit to make, what, 100,000 petrol? But I don't think I'll do that. Now, that I don't have the blueprint for this yet, do I? No, we need to find that before we break that down. And I need one more piece of iron. I don't know exactly what you get out of it, I just know it's different to what you normally get, plus oil. We got what we needed. Yeah, when the Doom music starts because there's a worm around. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I rarely use these, but we're going to be here for a while, and I don't yet have capacity to charge myself up. Yeah, we get wind down here, that's great. I don't have enough power to scrap all this stuff, but we'll get a start on it. Oh, thanks for that. Copper results in iron and aluminium. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a trial and error, with the ultimate goal being to get a little bit of oil. But if I could throw like a few boxes of copper through it, because I have so many of them, and get something different, I'll be happy with that. Alright, let's go looking for that schematic. Something to take the loot home with. There's that worm music. I think that might be it. Let's have a look. Nope. ALV, how you going, mate? Good to see you. We are in the bottom of a giant shaft underneath the sea. And we just spent a good deal of time using a forklift to tip stuff into a massive grinder at a different place. Am I just supposed to scan the thing itself? Is that how it works? I can't honestly remember how I got the other one. Scan the recovery grinder blueprint in Eternal Flame, which is, I believe, where we are. Yeah, we were forklift certified, alright. We had a great time with that. It's the first time it actually worked as intended. A little bit wobbly, as always. Maybe it's there. Proving elusive. The last one had like a special tunnel that you could go down. This might not be the right one. Ooh, treasures. Okay, thank you for the tips, guys. We're gonna have to like land on the ledge. Or no, I won't be able to get. I was gonna say I could abseil down the side, but then I can't get out. Yeah, we're in a similar. It's about as precise as you can get, like a glove. Thanks for the rotor stop. It might be difficult to get back out again.
Blade assembly scan complete.
Hey, Retro, how you going, man?
For ugly work. Cutting, crushing, and feeding.
I think you watched like the second episode, or maybe even the first, as we were just making way.
To make waste useful again. Blueprint complete.
But we are a super
Recovery
scavenger.
grinder unlocked.
We've raised humans, we've launched rockets, we've got helicopters and jet skis.
It's difficult to keep clean, but it can turn surplus material into usable outputs and oil. Old salvage crews built it for desperate supply chains. We qualify.
Now, can I get this out and around without falling to my death? This will be interesting. All right, let's give it a shot. Thanks for the tip as to the location, guys. I appreciate it. I don't actually need to salvage here, so I'm not going to. I'll just clear the runway or the landing pad. I literally just tipped 600 kilos worth of warehouse through. the recovery grinder as the central warehouse. I don't think we need any loot. But I will come back one day for all this fuel. You can be sure of that. And we best refuel the chopper before we try and take off out of this silo. I'd hate to run out. And we will recharge ourselves. I'll have a quick look around for memories, because they are priceless. I thought I saw a bonsai before. There it is. Fun fact, they like to explode. So I found out the hard way that if you fill one of your rooms on your boat with those, and a laser shark shoots your boat explodes. It's just like it hits the magazine, and the boat goes to 0%. I was trying to record a little B-roll, and I was standing next to all the fuel, and worms burst through the door, and in my panic I threw a fuel canister and everything exploded. We're 150 meters under the sea level. I should have repaired the chopper first. I'm actually having trouble with lift. Hello, mate. I'm not going to bother with you. You can stay there for eternity. 25% of our fuel already used trying to get out of this pit. We see the lip. Damn close to the superstructure. Okay, our next mission was to continue southwards and head to this unusual location that's totally not dangerous with, let's have a closer look, Roller Bob, or Rolly Boys, or whatever they're called. Caretaker fell off his chair again. We forgot the beats. There we go. What do you reckon, bro? You should wake up. We could do this co-op. This game would be wicked co-op. Just gonna say it now. It's like you could take off on the boat while your bro stays at Lazarus and some humans through the tubes. Or, you know, two mates go off on jet skis to go and do some raiding. Now let's have a look at this place before we go just steaming in. It looks like another warehouse, actually. We're going to get 2 lots of grinding. If we're going to be a pirate, we need to use the spyglass. Yeah, look at us. Pirates. No sign of danger yet. The modern optics are more versatile, but they don't have as much loot. We've got to expect there's going to be a fight. Yeah, the neighborhood Rolly Boys. We fought 4 of them in a row last night, as well as 2 big balls. They had big balls at that base. Here's our experiment still continuing. Who needs big fuel tanks when you can just have heaps of little ones? Alright, Mr. Rollyball Base, what have you got in store for us? Now that we're close enough for everything to load in. We've got Xenos on the docks. Another one up there on the crane. So we've got 4 on the crane, 2 on the sea level. And then, of course, because of this picture, we've got to assume Rollyballs. And possibly a laser shark. Nope, that's a standard shark. It's just Daddy Shark. We're not scared of him. Everything in white is what we've looted tonight, so not bad. Trying to coax out any gunships if they're there. They hate sniper rifles. Let's go, bro. He's had too much whiskey.
This facility wasn't a warehouse. It was a proving deck where spherical machines learned how to awaken, maneuver, and make autonomous decisions. Enter. If anything survived here, it will be hidden somewhere discreet. Keep a sharp eye out.
Yep, totally can see everything. I love the weather in this game, it's great. Apparently it's only a fairly recent edition and I can't imagine the game without it. It's half of what sold me on it. Just being in a boat, in a storm, try not to die. Sharks are stirred up. Some flies hovering. It's the time, nearly 3 a.m. We're going to go and fight Xenos on the dock at 3 a.m. I'll be back in a second, guys. Just got to take a quick break. Sorry about the delay there. Family before fun. At least we have visibility now. And those things all die when they hit the water, so good luck to them. Those ones won't die though. There's more coming. Last shot. I'm charging the wrong one up. Which one is it? E. I've had the game bogged down. Off camera yesterday, I got attacked by about 30 sharks outside Lazarus. And I was firing this thing so much that it did lag the game, but it was when I was shooting it like this that it just freaked out. There was so many, they were creating their own weather pattern though in the water. It was crazy. It was like 8 laser sharks, or 6 or 7, something like that. It was a crazy amount of laser sharks. I couldn't fight them near the boat because the boat was just getting trashed. This one's refusing to die. It's actually good to keep the ones with sweethearts and the little spiders alive because you can farm the parts they drop. They drop tech parts and copper parts and things like that. Alright, let's go over there. Oh, there's pallets. Pallets get me excited now after before. More pallets. There might be a grinder here. I'm going to cross my fingers. Ah, you sneaky little... It's easier to do this. Uh-oh, uh-oh. There's a grinder, yes! Ha-ha! We get to have more forklift fun. Oh, there's a lot of spiders. That's probably the most I've seen. I had a great time with the forklift. We were like dropping pallets off it straight into the grinder. It was a great time. I don't need that oxygen, so I just blew it up. I'm glad I chose the forklift and grinder as the theme for tonight's stream because I wasn't expecting to get to do it twice. Is there a few grinders, perhaps? Or is that a boss arena? I was expecting one at the last place. See, it's worthwhile farming these spiders because look how much they drop in terms of wire and copper and metal, broken glass. So weighed down by it all though. So we'll just drop it here. This one has 2 grinders, Donkey? Ooh, we're in for a treat, aren't we? Carrying so much stuff. That's a lot of bugs. Quick, get up. Yeah, there were too many of those bastards. I thought I could get them all with the laser, the electricity pistol.
Habitat care is established. That's the first bone of a fragile spine in a fragile body.
We might head back to the boat just for a refresh. Take fuel and power and head on. Yeah, I have a terrible track record with the grenades in this game, especially the 5 kilo ones that I drop at my feet quite regularly. May as well use up the stock. We'll drop the grinder for now, we don't need that. We've got a massive one to play with. And rifle ammo can stay back. I'll take flamethrower, electrical, and a sniper rifle to take out any rolly boys we might find. I must have released them from their cocoon before. Got no charge left, but it sounds like I do. As if they don't dispense little rolly balls to kill you. shit, I forgot to charge the backpack up. Damn it. Looks like those are saw blades. Like, I imagine a saw blades coming up to chop you up. Maybe I just have an active imagination. Sun comes over the top there, or this way. So they're probably going to block each other. do I need to make? I will make a couple of wind turbines as well, so we have some consistent power. And then I need the parts for my 3 batteries. I'll build an identical power infrastructure to the last warehouse, but if we have 2 grinders to run, it might need more. I need to take a little bit of plastic with me if we're going to run cables. I might take the chopper just to make this faster. Does seem pretty deadly out there at present. We probably want to stay in the water as long as possible. Stay fast. It's not faster than the jet ski, but it is pretty fast. The jet ski with the super booster does like 120 kilometers an hour, but it can't stay on the water. It takes off like an aircraft. So you can average about 80 kilometers per hour safely, but it really depends on the sea state. Whereas the skimmer is about 50 kilometers an hour on the surface, and what is it? 50 k's an hour on the surface and about 40 underwater. That's the upgraded one though. It's much faster than the standard. Do you mind? I'm trying to run cables. That's a bad idea. Don't use that. Use a little grenade. Probably really badly damaged them, yeah. Oh well. Well, the lights are on. We'll drop our spare parts here. I have enough to make another solar cell and another wind turbine if needed. These are all the worms that followed us when we were in the water. There's heaps of them. Welcome to the totally not a combat arena. I swear it looks like there should be giant saw blades that come out there while you're trying to have a battle bot session in the center. Robot wars. Yes. Okay, their cover, even better. There's too many of them! I'm dead. I need to be holding less stuff if I want to fight mobile robots, but they started fighting each other at the end there.
Habitat care is established. That's the first bone of a fragile spine in a fragile
Why was I
body.
so immobile? That was odd. See, this is misleading because we're actually overburdened. See, last night I spent about an hour just gingerly trying to enter a base, thinking there was going to be a huge battle, and it didn't happen. So I kind of was expecting that again, and the game has thrown a curveball. They certainly are testing out spherical bots here. This time we've got grenades in the hotkey. Let's use the big ones. Oh, hello, Bob. Shit. Is there more, though? That's the question. Would your suggestion have been to turn on the grinder here? Because that's what I said I was going to do in my comments this morning. Oh, there is a chute there. It shoots it out, technically. He mustn't be able to cross the threshold. Scary kill cube with a sphere inside it. Don't be difficult. I want to put one rolly ball into a grinder, please. Just one. Just one, at least. I don't know, a loot slot machine's pretty cool too. What happens if you throw a live grenade into the grinder? Oh, it comes back out again. It rejects grenades. Okay, I guess we gotta find this little prototype. Oh, hello.
Casing is smaller than those on the corridor units. Close range. Escort grade. Scan it, Caretaker. If we find a design trace, we can teach your systems to build it properly. FELIS identified. Field escort and localized intervention sphere. Compact, persistent, always near. This model doesn't just give you protection, Caretaker. Think of it as companionship with purpose. Let's carry some loyalty back home with us. We have the blueprint, Caretaker. Don't let it remain just an idea. Turn it into something real that can move and assist you. Fabricate a FELIS. Out in the field, even a small, humble ally might change the course of battle.
Teddy bears are immortal. Oh. Fabricate a FELIS. Okay, we'll do that. Have to take the points. I'm assuming it will be a grenade. No? There it is. It's in the item. Oh, we've got to build it in parts. Okay. A FELIS shell. And a FELIS unit. Oh, okay. It needs a shell and a logic chip. Okay. I basically don't have anything left to scan. I've scanned most of the decorations and furniture. And I found a little exploit with the sweethearts. As long as you have one of them, you just scan it, pick it up, drop it, scan it, drop it, pick it up, scan it. Just keep repeating that. You don't even need to collect them all. Okay, let's get our little friend rolling. It's up here in modules. Who knows?
And already calculating how best to follow you. Wise choice, caretaker. In a world that has forgotten everything of value, a loyal escort serves as more than a mere tool. It's a promise of caring in a place where there isn't any.
Alright, he's got a leash. I don't want to lose him. Come on. Can you not do stairs? I want the leash, though. Come on. Don't kill me with your incessant power needs. I've probably made it hard for him to get around with the leash. Yeah, we've got like constant combat music at the moment. There must be like a slime somewhere. What's going on with that? Or there's like a live bug somewhere that's trying to kill us, but it's stuck. It's a cool little critter. I like it. So I can have like a whole little swarm of them, hey? As long as I keep them powered. They don't need ammo, I'm assuming. Or you can paint them too. Well, I guess you're getting a paint job. So you're saying he will commit some kind of end to himself if I let him go near the water. Good. Good to know. Feels good to have a friend after all this time. Please don't sink if I miss. So you've got to be locked inside this room during a storm because you'll just roll straight off the deck, I reckon. Let's go find you some matching paint. Yes, hello. We're gonna have a whole heap of them. Now this here is quantum crystal. I found it in a random place, but if you pick it up, it's invisible in your inventory, so that's why it's just sitting here glowing ominously until I figure out what potential use it has. And even if he turns on, I don't think he can get out of there. Oh, you can actually... Cool. Alright. I have no idea why the combat music is just not relenting.
Is established. That's the first bone of a fragile spine in a fragile body.
Okay, so it used to be the power source for the FELIS. Okay. Alright, we are done here. I'm not going to bother scavenging that place. That's a waste of airtime, I think. It's the least interesting thing we could be doing. Caretaker, stay on your chair. Stop flopping about. I wish I could strap him in. I'd have like a whole crew compartment of them. Okay, we want to make a 180-degree turn. There is a dive spot we're heading to, I think it is, because we've passed it and I didn't see a structure on the surface. I had him sitting there like fully posed before. We had his leg up on the desk and he was just chilling. It looked like he was having a cigar. Remember the hilarious stuff you used to be able to do in Skyrim and Fallout? Now that is the caretaker from the sanctuary dock. That's not just any caretaker bot. It's the one who was sent the echo but didn't wake up. Did we? Yeah, we must have overshot it. It's a dive spot. It's right below us. All stop. It's a night dive, so we want to be right above the zone here. I can't do it while the boat's there, damn it. The sonar works in that it has, I believe, say, a 90-degree angle from its position. So I figured having two of them with overlapping means that I have perfect vision in the center of the ship and then fringe vision. But the range is only 100 meters of depth, and a lot of the time the depth is much, much higher. So you usually can only see things just at a point of interest anyway. Stay there, dude. Yeah, so I decided to have two so that I could just see better. So if I see something on this one, I can sort of correlate it with this one. But I've seen people have them back to back so that you're looking out the back and the front of the ship. But I figured that we would have sort of a forward arc. We want to be pretty light here because if I have to recover seeds from underwater, I'm not sure how that's going to work. So I need some depth glow. We need to get rid of the biomass that we're holding. Yeah, I agree, and I wish I could remove these and put them where I want them, especially the grinder, because I prefer to actually have it up on the deck. Or in this room. Alright, let's go. Going down below. Grab our depth glow. And then have a throw. See if we can't find some more human seed. I'm going to assume it's directly below us. I couldn't see it on the depth finder. So the depth is more than 100 meters. I like to set up a ring of lights around the boat so I could see where it is from the bottom. Found some kind of ledge. It's like completely black here. Our glow sticks will be down shortly. We beat them down. Here we are. We can't spend too long at this depth. How in the heck am I going to get all these up? I'm going to have to dive each time, aren't I? And we'll have to do it by hand because we can't use this and carry a seed. We're going to have to surface, but I need to leave a reference. Okay, they float. That's a good sign. But then you have to find them on the surface. Okay, I'm going to trust fate. My instinct is to not shoot them with my sniper rifle. My instinct is to take them up one at a time, so I don't lose them. It's a bit fiddly to get inside as well. I'm just going to make sure I release them from the same point. Where is that number 10? Or whatever number it was. Yeah, number 10. We don't have much time. This one's coming with us, so we can still make it home. There's another one. I've sighted it. We'll stick with it. We're now at a safe depth. It just opens it up if you add power. So I had to put some charge into it to charge it up and open up. This is the third and the fourth one. And it's a foggy day. Beautiful. Imagine not being able to throw that. From here, it's straight back to the Lazarus facility. That went against my better judgment, but it saved a lot of time. Yeah, it is bad luck, trying to find human seeds after we just let them ascend at 150 meters. Hitting it with the skimmer works, but it's not controllable. I don't think I could get a Laz down there because they float, don't they? So you'd be fighting it to get one down. But maybe you could build one there and then eject it. Yeah, that's a good point. Are we running short on something? Why did that stop? So when we arrive at Laz, I've got a shipment of humans to come on board and a shipment of humans to get turned into humans. And there are 5 waiting to go up in a rocket. So we're going to have a full complement. Nearly 3 committees worth. 1, 2, 3, 4 head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 head count. Good. I put this here to remind myself that we have humans on board. And not to go flame throwing everywhere. Alright, let's head to Laz. And you'll be able to see the production of food. I think that's it dead ahead. I should check that place out too. It looks like a dry dock. Ugly as textures. I think they should try a little bit harder for the spotting scope. That looks terrible. But early access, so I will be forgiving. I think that's Laz, maybe. No, that's the sanctuary dock. That's Laz. Yeah, the portal on top will tell you that, and then our spire with all the wing generators. So we want to come in on the left side. One of the main reasons I don't use the dragnet too is it you get a higher top speed from your boat if you don't use it. Yeah, it's about 10% faster. Maybe 15. I've also set up some new facilities at Lazarus. It's now a refueling depot as well. So I actually have cargo on board for Lazarus, which is these here. We've got a 20,000 litres of oil to drop off at Lazarus, as well as our fuel and diesel. Atomic, mate, thank you for the daily gold coin. I'm really appreciating them lately. How are you going? You're up late. You got a day off tomorrow? Yeah, there's a lot of hidden mechanics in this game that I've picked up on in terms of how the boat handles. It's certainly affected by weight. And it's certainly affected by some kind of drag, which will pull you off course, as well as being blown by the wind. The wind seems to affect the positioning of the boat as you make way. And I actually have a sneaking suspicion that having these wind generators up here is affecting the drift of the boat. But I can't prove it yet. I ruled out the courier skimmers as the cause of drag because having 2 of them, it still happens. Whereas people thought that perhaps having 1 courier skimmer was pulling us off track, but I have a feeling it's the wind. So with the net up, we make 45, 46 kilometers an hour on a flat sea. And we've only just started using our actual diesel tanks now. All those little cans were fueling us. Let's do a in-transit refuel. Most of these cans came from just 100 or 200 diesel. If you're just joining us, earlier in the video I explained an exploit for diesel using these conservation coils. I'll quickly demonstrate it again because we have more viewers than before. When you have two conservation coils attached, come in here and have a look at the cost of diesel. For 32 litres of diesel, you can make 200 litres of diesel. So one of these cans can make 5 cans before it runs out. And so you've got basically unlimited fuel. The only real cost of the conservation coils, which is a little bit of gold, a little bit of polyurethane. So if you find a large stash somewhere of fuel, diesel, or any other, say, oxygen or water, you can do that trick to make it go further. So far I haven't seen any water swamping the heli deck, so I was expecting that thing to just get swamped, basically, is the only word to describe it. Just because it hangs so far off the back of the ship, which already suffers from a little bit of water in the gunwales. Not long now, we'll arrive at our destination. And we're just on full ahead, 46 kilometers an hour. So when I noticed that weight and wind affect the boat, I decided to keep the ship kind of clean and without too much going on. And so despite points of interest not being active while you're away, I still prefer to work from points of interest. The boat supports them and they support the boat. Mate, I'm not complaining. I love a gold coin. Thank you very much, bro. No, I made it one of my rules. Like, once I noticed you could build anywhere attached, I decided that I wanted to run this like a boat and not really exploit those kind of things. Because I'm a big maritime fan. A lot of my content has actually been based on naval stuff, the earliest stuff. So I went, if I get to run a boat, I need to treat it like a boat. It needs to be a tight ship. Everything needs to be in its place and everything needs to have a purpose. And because it is a boat, it's not really designed to be self-sufficient, so that's the way I chose to play it. But the great thing is you can do so many things with your boat that each one is really custom. Like, I've seen so many different designs that I'd never even thought of. I'm actually considering switching to all fuel, no wind, no solar. Even though the game is sort of like, we want to be sustainable. I'm like, no, fossil fuels. So yeah, I'm tossing up the idea of converting to all petrol-powered generators to power the boat. But I just love the handling. I love being the lineman. I like running the lines without the actual risk of death. One of the most dangerous jobs in the world. And here we are. While we're out here, I'll show you what I did. Now, I just said that I didn't want to exploit the whole boaty boat thing, but that doesn't apply to bases. So, we have quite the refinery being built here at Lazarus, and it's really just a refueling point, so then I don't have to go all the way to Blackvein to top up, because Blackvein Refinery is in the top left of the map. Okay, let's get our Umis up into the cooker. And while we're at it, I will start the transfer of crude. Used up all my fuel line already. Gonna need 50 meters for this. I built it so that the fuel tanks underneath the dock actually have 2 inlets so that we can double the speed of unloading. So there will be 144 liters, 144,000 liters of oil being able to be moved. And that's a laser shark. Go away, dude. There's another laser shark. Alright, just stay away from the edge while we do this. And the way that the structure is underneath, it actually really suits having that kind of storage, because I could fit 2 tanks in each of the little sections. And then it was quite easy to run the cables up, and you use a connector port to bring them up from below. So I might do that at other points of interest from now on as well. I like the whole minimalist build and just trying to keep the infrastructure as it was. Okay, our cables are ready. Let's run the oil. I'm going to put a table here so that I have a reminder of which one is, but because I built it today, I remember. Why is the petrol not flowing? Ah, that's diesel, that's why. I would say that that's simply just an early access thing so that they could get the other frameworks of the game up. And I'll tell you why I think that. I think that the game certainly has the ability to track everything because of the Payco scanner, which was added recently. This tells you everything, right? And it manages everything. I have a feeling that we might get to the point where we can do this for our other points of interest so that when we're not there, we can still manage it and see what's happening, and the game would be able to track it. That's just my thoughts. I think this is the framework for global resource management. And it shouldn't be too hard code-wise. The game just has to sort of know how much production is happening at a time, and then how long it's been since you've been there, and then there's a simple arithmetic to make it work as a formula. But I haven't seen anything specific to say, yes, this is something that we're going to work on. But those are just my suspicions. Now, I can make this even faster by making it so they don't share it with anyone. Alright. Get the donk, get down the pallet. Get the humans in the cooker. Every time I come back, this forklift is broken. It has no sound. It's running on electricity. So once those tanks are full under the dock, there'll never be a time where I'm like, oh no, I need fuel when I'm doing these critical missions. Then it means that as soon as I'm finished here, I can just jet off to the launch facility with no worries whatsoever. I was kind of tempted just to send the whole of humanity in one go. And while we're cooking humans, I think I should bring the music. It might help them grow better. Oh, come on, man. Get off the scotch, brother. Yeah, the bass. We got it cranking. The acoustics in here will be great for it. Here's one I prepared earlier. Now, in case you haven't seen it, the other day I released a guide on how to build Lazarus. And in the most notable feature of our guide was that I abseiled down the side of the central complex, and that's where our power runs from the roof. And it was super fun to do. If you haven't seen it, please watch it, because I put heaps of effort into that. But I digress. Back to the human cooking. And then once we've got these guys in, I'll show you my cook room. At the end of that video, I still hadn't set up the food production, but that is now done. Safe and sound. Did you take the ladder down from the power room to that bridge? I think it's that one. I found that after I did that. Alright, let's put the boombox. Now, one of the things that I suffered from with my original layout, which could hardly be called a layout, was that the power was not dedicated to the tubes here. So these batteries, they feed into the battery from the source, but they cannot share their power with the rest of the grid. So Lazarus will always have power, even if power goes down, for at least 6 kilowatts per tube. 6 kilowatt hours. And I did the same with water, but the water storage is no longer there. We need to point the music at the food, which is upstairs there in that room. One of the biggest changes since that video is I have now plumbed power and water up this walkway. Up there. To a separate storage. This again is also off the rest of the grid. It feeds in from the grid, but this is for the food and the soil forge, because they actually use heaps of power and heaps of water when you're making high quality food. So this is dedicated to them. They cannot share it with anyone else. And I found that that took a lot of load off my grid. So that storage there's connector ports that then push through the wall into our canteen area. Through that socket there. That's where water, power, and then I've got methane running back out to the ship. Because I would be crazy not to use the amount of methane that these soil forges generate. Soil forge, we just need the one, and it's made heaps of food for us already. I've got lots of base products. And we've been working on food for a while I built, basically. That was the latest concoction, the nanite fusion. So it might be worthwhile to have those modules here on the food production as well. So what I was thinking, there's a couple of useful ones here. The most useful would be this one that doubles the amount of stuff that comes out on a rare chance. But the conservation coil might be nice if you don't want to spend all that water and electricity that it costs. I don't think it takes too long, especially when you have two machines, so I'm just going to start production of some food now. We're going to make the Ultimate Genesis, which is the good one, and you basically just farm sharks to make this. Then Mitochondrial Surge, some Hyper Evolution, and a Nanite Infusion. And then I saved the High Fat, because this is the only one that seems to be able to increase the weight of a human reliably. And if you have a look here, it's just pulling in heaps of water. 72,000 litres. That's the full tube. So they have to share, and it will take a little bit longer. I might have to plumb each one separately, or have them making different food to each other, because 1250 litres and 2 kilowatt hours just for one food is quite high. Less water, same power. But then these cheaper foods here don't use anywhere near as much. So this one will build food in reverse order so that they're not building the same thing at a time. But ultimately I'm going to have to plumb the water. Like, how much power just came through there? Nearly a megawatt for a second. The good thing is, though, they only draw power and water when they first start creating, so you can sort of have them offset. And if it's a long creation one, like Nanite Infusion, then that draw is only right at the start. I've seen people complaining about how long it takes this process to happen, but I don't feel like it's too long at all. But that might not be much food, I don't know. This is where we keep all our biomass and our poop. Yeah, so at some stage I'm going to run a second power line and a second water line. It doesn't have to come from far, it's just here, from the tanks. Now my plan wasn't actually to cook these humans. I will cook them next time I come back with another load. Those are the ones waiting to go. The lift is up, good. And then I put forklift barriers everywhere just in case, so I don't crash into my own cables. Actually sounds really good in here. Might keep that radio there. Oh, what the heck. Oh, we got so far. But in the end, it didn't really matter. Cram them in like the sardines on ice that they are. And I better go back and get Mr. Lonely. Something funky happened there and the pallet attached to the hull and wouldn't move. Like that, see? And then it did when I didn't expect it. I've got one more human to collect who's already cooked. He just doesn't have a pallet to ride on. They'll grab the base. I would like to get maybe 4 or 5 boom boxes and try and synchronize them all over the place. I can't carry both. We have to turn the music off for a sec. So putting that order in for food, it hasn't really affected the grid despite using so much power. Water's the biggest cost at the moment. But I do have some redundancy with the 4 pumps active. But we only have 3 desals, that's the issue. Alright, let's make like Russian and Fakovsky. Actually, I need to check the fuel was transferred correctly. We must be full underneath. I need to put in a pico scan as well because I can't see at a glance whether the tanks are ready or not. And I like to keep some, so this is like a separate circuit of oil. We have 0 diesel left. I pumped it all ashore. We'll use up a few more of these canisters that I have everywhere. And this will be enough to get us to our next destination. Sit in the chair, dude. I might have to change the chair. I thought that would be the best one for you, but he just will refuse to sit in it. There you go. Sit there. That's all I'm willing to share this time around. We need some crude just in case. Alright, we're ready to make way. I haven't really decided where we're going. I always forget about the ladder here. Shark Week. No. This is a place I'm supposed to visit, but I'm not ready to make my way out into the unknown just yet. Yeah, sometimes it's cool just to chill, but at the moment I'm in a rapid exploration phase, otherwise this series may never end. I've explored all of these except these little towers, which I will visit if I have to. This is dangerous waters out here. But there are like rock... I didn't stay there, I just came through, transited through. There's like spires of rock out here and actual colonies. And then out to the west, there's this habitat node here. I think we might head west. And if it gets dangerous, I can stop in at Blackvein to fill up. Before we head off, though, I need to turn on the oil machine. I rarely have to use this. And are we cast off? No. Humans are sealed away. Making our port turn now. There's no point diving for more seeds unless I'm prepared to cook humans, and I am not. Sleeping well. I knew that would annoy him. What's that? Oh, there's 2 dead sharks. Are you trying to tempt me with shark flesh, sir? Let's go get some. Free shark's a good shark. A free dead shark's an even better shark. It's not a trap, is it? It looks like 2 dead sharks nose up. Let's go and get them. Calm down, it's alright. I'm just cutting up your grandmother. I was alright with it until the horde of worms arrived. Like, surely that's not a horde of worms. Yes, it is. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I need some help. I didn't think that through, did I? Yes, I have fallen overboard, and the few times that it's happened, I've also suffered from that glitch where you just get dragged to the bottom of the ocean. So there was a small amount of time where I was completely hydrophobic because I thought that I was too heavy or something, but it turns out it was just a bug. Oh, there's something super satisfying I did yesterday as well, using the buzzsaw on a shark. Come and get it. It works better on the great white because he was bigger. Yeah, can't reach him properly. When I did it to the great white yesterday, as soon as he died, he exploded and all the parts went everywhere. Like, they scattered everywhere. Yeah, you can't win a one-on-one versus shark. Not with a crowbar, anyway. Let's go. Getting a little bit crazy here. If you fall overboard while you're at maximum speed, after about 100 meters, the boat comes to a complete stop. Oh no, I forgot to drop off all the supplies for Lazarus. That's what all this was about. No big deal. I'm not running out of diesel anytime, even though there's none in the tanks themselves. We're heading into uncharted territory, so I should keep an eye out as to what's around. So we left port with no diesel, and we're almost to halfway. Running the boat on jerry cans. And the trick is to leave one so that we can just replenish them all again. Four kilometers until this uncharted habitat node. There's no other signs of life. That's the refueling outpost. I think my game just crashed. Yeah, the game just crashed, guys. I will take that as my cue to go to bed. Thank you very much for joining me. Next time we come back, I will have some other interesting thing that we might be doing. That will be, of course, heading out to the habitat node. And then I think we need to do a real run of humans. Just a production line of humans. Maybe 20 humans. What do you reckon? I reckon we do 20 humans next. And then we blast them all into space. And that should be 3 or 4 committees. Thanks very much for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. Have a great day. Thanks to all of our members and subscribers who watch nearly every night. I appreciate your support.